Well, that shouldn't be part of your morning routine. Healthy gums don't bleed. If you're seeing red when you brush, it could be a sign of gum disease. Parodontic's Active Gum Repair helps repair gums from 1 week. Parodontics.
Testing, testing. Okay, good. Testing, testing. Okay. Testing, 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 testing. We'll go. They crunched us. Yeah, we got so crunched on time on this. It was planned to be about an hour, but But
Shorter the better. Short and sweet.
yeah, we'll keep it quick. But do you have something else to get to that you'll need to? Testing, 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 testing. Yeah, Daniela. Por favor. Okay. And then on the, I'll cue you on the live stream, I guess, and we'll get that. Yeah. So guys, we'll record this. We're live stream it. We're also record it, so we cut up some content as well, and use it that way. I'll quite you guys did great in the interview, so this is all questions you guys will be familiar with. Hopefully, you don't have to think too hard. There's also panel style, so if I'm, you can pass it to someone else if you're like, I don't really have anything. So I'll pick on you maybe for specific things that we've talked about before that I know you'll have something, but otherwise, pass the mic and we can keep it rolling. Anything before we start? Good. 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 Everybody relax. Feeling good. Okay, good. Yeah. You're a good moderator. Yeah. No, it'll be fun. We'll do fun. Yeah. To Daniela, and we will do that. We'll pick on you, Daniela. Okay. Test, test. Good. Good. All right. Welcome, everybody. I am the founder of M-Cultivo, and we are live at the Dubai auction that is done in sponsorship with DMCC Coffee Center. So thank them so much for providing the space for this live auction and their hospitality here in Dubai. The auction is actually up and running at dubaicoffeeauction.mcultivo.com. Feel free to register and place your opening bid. We will be going live again tomorrow for the in-person auction, and there will be bidding wars taking place on each one of these lots. I'm fortunate enough today to share the stage here with 4 producers from the Dubai Coffee Auction, and each one from a different country, each one with a unique coffee. I've had the pleasure of cupping each. I've had the pleasure of interviewing each of these producers on our podcast as well. And we're just excited to welcome to the stage and hear about their stories, their insights, and their outlook on the specialty coffee space. So the first producer here is Mokhtar Al-Kanshadi. He's the founder of Porta Mocha and an absolute leader and legend in the Yemeni coffee space. Much of his vision in Yemen has, I think, been realized. I'm sure there's a lot more work to do, and I'm sure we'll talk about that today. And it's all well documented in the book about him, The Monk of Mocha. If you haven't read that, you should check that out. The next is Daniela Rodriguez from the Rodriguez family, who has been a cornerstone in the Bolivian coffee market for decades. They set out to revive the Bolivian coffee industry and have since elevated it to the world stage. So thank you very much for joining us today, Daniela. After that is Jorge Castro, and Jorge is the production and sales director of Immaculata Coffee Farms. He is a producer of some of the best coffees in Colombia, a true innovator, an engineer by training and by heart, and he takes a process-oriented and scientific approach to coffee production. So thank you for joining us, Jorge. And finally, Craig from Kona Farm Direct. I had the pleasure of getting to know Craig over an interview, and I got into how he could possibly grow an SL34 at 500 meters in Hawaii. His response was, I don't know any other way to grow it. So it tastes spectacular, and I'm looking forward to him sharing his perspective as well. So thank you, Craig, for joining us. Thank you all for joining us today. So the first question I have for you guys, we'll start off maybe a softball question, but curious on your first or your earliest memory in coffee. And maybe a common question in the coffee industry is, what was that cup of coffee that you had that completely changed your view of what coffee could be and got you passionate about it? I'll start with you, maybe Mokhtar.
That's the first cup of coffee that changed my life was not from Yemen. It was an Ethiopian natural yogurt cafe. I remember it tasted. I mean, I was used to drinking coffee that tasted like burnt popcorn, very bitter, very over roasted, and this was it was like blueberries and just sweet honeysuckle, and I thought that the barista put something in the coffee to give it that flavor. And when I asked him, he said, "No, this is the way coffee is supposed to taste." And took me on his long journey to understand coffee, and I'm now here with you today.
Amazing. And I saw you nodding big, Jorge. Maybe you jump in and tell us your.
Well, I think it was in 2018 when I started in at Immaculada. Actually, I hated coffee first because it tastes like burnt for me, and I was like with that stomach ache. But they did a chemex in the farm. I remember it was a natural geisha, and I was crazy shocked to see how it can taste like a pineapple, yellow fruits, florals. So that was my first cup I remember into specialty coffee, and actually I got in love with coffee in that cup, and I realized that it could be different that burnt flavor that all Colombians are used to.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll jump to a different question here and maybe pick on you, Craig, if that's okay. We talked about in our interview a little bit about the attributes that make Kona coffee so unique and create kind of a high specialty coffee. I think there was something of almost a three-legged stool of and microclimate, variety, and process. I'd be curious on, what is Hawaiian coffee doing differently that you've seen in those that you could share with us?
Well, excuse me, Hawaiian coffee is all I've ever known. So I remember as a young 20-something-year-old boy, the coffees I was used to drinking was Folgers, U-Ban, whatever, just for that caffeine fix to get going. And then once I tasted Kona coffee in Kona, it was so smooth. It was sweet. It was pleasant. It wasn't that nasty, bitter coffee. So I love Kona coffee, and Typica is what we're used to. Typica is very smooth, wonderful to drink. But then we started experimenting with new varietals. Just about 9 years ago, we grew the SL34. We got our hands on the seeds, and what an amazing cup of coffee. I just never knew. And then since then, the geishas and other varietals are just amazing. So,
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Thank you for that. And something that came up as a common theme when talking to all of you guys was this idea that is controversial of co-fermentation. And I'd like to hear some perspectives on why co-fermentation is a controversial subject, and maybe your definition and approach in your own operations on how you deal with your coffees um, in that fermentation leg. Because I know some of you use inoculate yeast, some don't, some separate out yeast. But I'll let you maybe get into that first, Daniela, because you had some interesting takes on how you've taken information from the wine industry and actually applied it to fermentation and coffee. So give us your take on co-fermentation.
Yeah. So first, we don't do infused coffees. I think that we have a nice and amazing terroir, a nice genetic, and the flavors are there. So what we try to do with the process that we do is control, have control fermentations where we can uh, maybe give sweetness or more body to the coffees, but don't change them. We've been working a lot on the process. I think that when we get inspired was when we visit some bodegas in Argentina, and we saw those places so clean, so well organized, so much control, and people that really understand what was a fermentation. So we hired some enologists that they have studied chemistry and biology, and we invited to our wet mill to to work together in coffee and learn more about fermentation. So we believe a lot in science, what is behind a fermentation, and with measuring everything what is behind. As we were talking before, we believe a lot in replicate something that we like, and that is you only can do that if you control many things during the fermentation and also drying. I think that is very important.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about you guys actually get yeast strains from the lots and then take a lab oriented approach. Tell us a little bit about how you do that.
So we do a lot of lactic fermentation, alcoholic fermentation, and with these experts that came from the wine, what we do is we take the mosto, and from the mosto we separated the bacteria and the yeast. We have a lab in our wet mill where we can see in a microscope and control the bacteria and use that mosto to have a lactic fermentation. And every day we control the fermentation, taking samples and looking in the microscope how are the microorganisms are developing in in that coffee.
Amazing. Yeah. And so then you take specific yeast strains that add a cup profile, inoculate the coffee with that, and then ferment
Yes, but all the microorganisms are from the coffee.
from the coffee
Yeah,
itself. Yeah.
itself.
I love that. Yeah. I love that approach. And Jorge, we talked about this a little bit as well. You said this really kind of simply profound thing when we were discussing that, what people are really buying is flavor. And, there's these different branches in coffee of flavors, and co-fermentation, co-infusion, that's just another branch of that coffee. it, Go into that a little bit for us.
Yeah, I think it's all about trust at the end, but, yeah, but people are expecting flavors. Yeah, like for example, if you are getting a geisha, you want a citric, floral flavor. At Immaculada, our soul, it's strictly to showcase the best of each variety in the natural way, and the terroir, all the conditions genetically. That is our objective. So we use fermentation only to try to showcase that more than adding a flavor or more than looking for putting a flavor. So everybody knows that Colombia is one of the let's say that produce more kilos of infused in the world. So for us, it's a very sensible topic. So at the end, the topic is that if people are adding flavors in any way, like co-fermenting, infusing, or uh, let's say enhancing a flavor with a yeast, you have to state it. It's all about the trust, because at the end you are spoiling the name of your farm or of a country when people are getting non-ethical about it. So I think it's more about the trust and the traceability than anything else. At the end, all after that is market, offer and demand.
Yeah, absolutely. And Craig, you were doing a little bit with I think you were getting yeast in, right? Can you talk about your process with?
Yes, we've done many different experiments, both with natural fermentation and with yeast inoculations. And we've hired a company we bring in very specific wine yeast, and we've had good success with that, really enhancing the fruitiness, the berries, and the body with the wine yeast.
Yeah, and it was a specific kind of wine yeast, right?
There's one in particular that we've had good success with, it's called Vin 13
Yeah.
with the SL34, and we've had other wine yeasts with our geishas and other varietals that pair with it better.
Yeah, really interesting crossover with the wine industry and both Los Rodriguez and what you guys have done to kind of steal some of what they've worked so hard to build, and so
Yeah.
you don't have to build it yourself, right? Mokhtar, I don't know if you have much to add. You can feel free to go ahead. I feel bad skipping to the next question without giving you a take.
These are amazing answers. I'm learning a lot from all three of them, to be honest. And I think every country has its own unique circumstances and situations. Yemen, we have old coffee trees, some of the oldest varieties in the world, and it does something special to it. But I think that we also have a very this kind of wild west of fermentation happening right now, and a lot of farmers are jumping into fermentation and having negative results, and it's really unfortunate because it's their livelihoods. And so I always tell roasters, if you're going to recommend fermentation to your farmers, you should commit to buying it, regardless of the result. I think in our situation in Yemen, and it's funny when I went to a vineyard to visit just to see what the difference was. I realized, just like Daniela mentioned, they're so much more advanced in how they clean even their tanks and how they process and how they pick their grapes at night so it doesn't ferment from the sun. And I realized there's a huge gap between coffee processing and science. But seeing the producers like three of them and hopefully myself, it's we're trying to shorten that gap by bringing on people who actually are from who are work with yeast, work in this type of world. And I think to Daniela's point, you don't want to lose like the soul of the coffee. And if it's over fermented, then you just taste the ferment. And so I've been experimenting a lot with slow fermentation and drying a lot in the sun, and that way you get more of the acidic acid development, but you keep a lot of the natural flavors and terroir. And at the end of the day, I think whatever helps the farmer make more money, as long as to your point, as long as they're transparent and they're telling people what they're doing. But it's we should have a topic or discussion just on fermentation. It's an amazing topic.
I agree. Yeah, I like to kind of get it out there because there's so many different definitions of co-fermentation. I think, and what I loved about the common thread of what you all just said and from prior conversations is it's really what what does help the farmer and what can we do and what can we do with integrity and honesty to move the industry forward. And so I'm very much on board with that. You mentioned kind of Mokhtar being behind in science, and I know Jorge, I'd love to ask you a question on you have an engineering background, as I stated in the intro, and you've really, we've begged, borrowed, and stealed science from other industries. Sounds like engineering might be another industry to look at to beg, borrow, and steal from. You've taken a very process-oriented approach using more of the scientific method and replicable. Talk about kind of Immaculata's work and upgrading their doing the hard but boring work of upgrading their systems and getting their coffee into a better place.
Yeah, I think in specialty coffee, there's a lot of things to understand that there is no books or a lot of papers on that. So there is a lot of measurement to do. So from an industrial engineering perspective, um, I mean, my first job at Immaculada was to structure the processes and separate each process and to measure which KPI should we measure to understand the whys of the flavor getting out, all of the weather data, all of the picking, state of ripenesses. And that's very important because there's a lot of, of engineering, of other even approaches like marketing that you can add into coffee, and that's a beautiful thing. From our perspective in engineering, the best is just to measure everything, to go behind and see what was the issue with that coffee. For example, if it's a defect or something like that, or also when you achieve a good goal, to see what you are doing. Then you can replicate, and you can know when you process the coffee this way in these conditions, you will get these type of flavors. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and was there a cultural kind of friction when you entered Immaculata and you tried to start making all these changes? Did you have to build a new team? What did that look like?
Yeah, that was actually the challenge more than creating, for example, a mobile app or the KPIs. The challenge was to explain the people the importance of data, the importance of measuring. In the field in Colombia, people don't know how to use usually a computer. So we need to go for a mobile app. Everyone is texting, WhatsApping the girlfriend or the wife, so everyone knows how to text. So you need to share all of this knowledge and explain to even the pickers, even everyone, why gathering this data and that data actually is trustful is important. And that was actually the challenge. We did a lot of meetings and explaining to the people. It was even more challenging than that creating the mobile app and thinking what was the KPIs and everything. But yes, there's a lot of, let's say, facing a gap of digital breach in the coffee industry in Colombia.
Absolutely. And Craig, I think when we had our phone call or our video interview, um, I interrupted coffee with your team, which I was very sorry to do. And you said, well, so this is going to take about an hour. And you said, well, in 30 minutes, I'm supposed to have coffee with our team. We do this every morning. And you were a little bit disappointed, but it sounded like you had a great team around you. You loved your team that was coming in. That was very clear. What was it like building a team in Hawaii? How long did that take to get that solid team in place? And is that just an ongoing effort?
Well, it's always an ongoing effort. I think all of us would agree the most important thing is your crew, your workers, because none of us would be here. None of us would be able to continue farming, producing fantastic coffee unless we surrounded ourselves with good people. So that's it's huge, especially with inflation now, the cost of living. We have to pay our workers a fair price, not because they're getting rich, but they have to survive. They have to pay their bills. They have to put food on the table, provide for their family, and it really helps to, of course, establish that rapport and that relationship. So I'm really blessed with a fantastic crew. Uh, Not only are they good workers, they like to work, uh, but they're like family. I mean, I expect a lot out of them, and I tell them that every day, what I expect. But I treat them like family, and it pays dividends. I would not be able to be in business without good workers. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Hawaii specifically too. I mean, we mentioned before the cost of labor in Hawaii being so. I know it's high everywhere, but in Hawaii, particularly being a U.S. state and trying to produce coffee at a high level or produce coffee at all, cost of labor is at a point where it needs to be a consideration. Do you balance? How do you balance that cost of labor with just having, the best people you can possibly get?
It is difficult, but like the wages in Hawaii is anywhere from $20 to $25 an hour for a worker, for people cutting weeds, for fertilizing, for pruning the trees. It's crazy compared to the rest of the world, but that's the reality in Hawaii. Cost of living is outrageous. Like I said, even at those wages, the workers are barely surviving. And we give them bonuses and incentives anytime we get a little bit ahead. So we take care of them because we want to keep it going. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And Daniela, I might pass to you on this idea of building a team because I know when you came in, when the Los Rodriguez family entered into, I guess, the farming portion to kind of save the Bolivian coffee industry and kind of revive that. You stole a lot of workers, I think, from other places, right? You had to kind of get a team around you because there wasn't necessarily a coffee sector to take a team from. Can you tell us a little bit about how you did that?
Yeah, we work with a big international team from people from Argentina, Brazil, even Colombia that work with us. It's very hard to find people that have experience in coffee because the coffee industry in Bolivia is very, very small. And also it's very difficult to find people that wants to move to a small village. The coffee farms are in a place that is completely isolated. There are not schools or supermarkets, so people that have a good education, they don't want to go and move there and stay for long period of time. So that's why we have to hire international people that wants to have an experience, learn more about the industry. And I think that the most important thing that we have seen is to find people that is passionate about the work or about the what they are doing or what they will do. So we have people from the wine industry that they haven't been working in coffee before coming working to us, and now they are living in the middle of the farm for 2 years. Now we've been given the opportunity to also buy their own farm so we can work together. So that is very nice also that to see that people can grow and have start their own business. And also I think that is important that everybody get benefit benefits
Mhm.
from what we do. And yeah, and yeah.
How do you think so? Getting people from that's I feel that's very unique and interesting that you've got people from the wine industry that sort of kickstarted your operation. How has that influenced the way you've built a coffee operation versus someone who might go get other people who've worked in coffee before? Do you think that has offered something special to what you all have as Los Rodriguez?
Yes. Um, when we started with this, when we started, it was very nice because we invited one wine expert to our wet mill and also one coffee expert to our wet mill. So it was very nice to talk and discuss with both industries in one place in a wet mill, and to see that there is one thing in common, that is quality. But to learn about the wine industry that that is the cleanest practice that they have, and to it's very richful for our industry.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe Mokhtar, I'll skip to you since you're the closest to the mic now. So I'll pick on you on this one. This is something that's been on my mind, and I'd be curious on your take of, the C market prices at all time highs currently, right? And I haven't checked it today, but I'm assuming it's still very high. Um, and we are up here talking about kind of this category of what I would describe high specialty. It seems like the coffees that you all produce, everybody on stage, you as well, Mokhtar, produce are, detached from the gravity of maybe the C market. But I would be interested in, what you think the impact either today or in the future will be on your particular operation with C market prices being at all time highs or just general volatility of what you've seen, if there is any. And the answer might be none.
Yemen is actually the only country that is not affected by the sea market historically. Mostly because we have a small production and we have this kind of romanticized or this brand that's pretty old and people love Yemen coffee. Um, but there's a really good book called Coffee: A Global History by, I think his name is Dr. Jonathan Brown or John Brown, John Morris. Coffee: A Global History, and I read this passage that said that in 1730, in the Amsterdam Coffee Exchange, a pound of coffee was $13 or $14. And so if we extrapolate that to our time today, a cup of coffee easily costs over $16 or $20 for a cup. And that coffee came exclusively from Yemen, through Trieste port in Italy. And so those farmers in Yemen were paid fairly. They picked coffee really, high quality picking and processing, and it was sold as this high end product in cafes in Vienna and London. It wasn't a cheap coffee. Even the images of cafes in the 17 to 1840s, they're very opulent. They're very beautiful. People came to change the world in these cafes. And so it's really unfortunate that through the centuries with colonization, coffee went down this rabbit hole that kept going, worse and worse, darker, cheaper blends. Eventually, when coffee was taken from Yemen to Indonesia, it became like $9 a pound. It was kind of semi-servitude. Then, when they took it to the Western Hemisphere in Suriname and Puerto Rico, it became $5 a pound. And then eventually, the mega farms in Brazil and Colombia, where coffee reached less than $1 a pound, and mechanized mega farms, which was basically capitalism in full throttle. And so, the same time that they produced coffee cheaper, they invented cheaper ways to drink coffee, instant coffee, darker roast. And so, I think that these producers here, including myself, pushing coffee to a higher price points isn't something new. It's really, I call the original wave, to take back this beverage and to have people see it as a really miracle. It comes to us the way it's picked, the way it's processed, the way it's roasted, the way it's brewed, and it's even at these high prices for sea market. This is doesn't reflect the actual cost compared to other drinks. And so in Yemen, it doesn't affect us in general at all. But I think that I hope that we can push the envelope, and hopefully people can start to see coffee as a premium beverage that it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that original wave. I might steal that. Um, so we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're just going back to our roots. Jorge, I might pass to you on this one. I know Colombia is absolutely impacted by the sea market. You work with a lot of other farms as well as your own farm estates. What are the farmers in the farms you work with? What are they saying about this? What's the word in Colombia?
And basically, in Colombia, it's a good thing because farmers are benefiting a lot for, the sales price. It has been usually, let's say, a poverty business, coffee business in Colombia, because they don't even measure their own costs and put it into the total cost. They only measure all of the other costs, not the labor cost, because the average land in Colombia owners for coffee it's less than 2 hectares, so the cost of production is super high. But when these market prices are high, actually it benefits a lot the country. But at the end, it's shifting, it's fluctuating. And for our own process, we buy a lot of cherry in our fellow farms program. So what we have been seeing is that the coffee is more opportunism in Colombia. So even when people know that when the price is super low, we are still paying good. When the price is high, they don't care. They will sell to another one, or they will sell just to people who pay more. So for us, it's a challenge because we cannot shift the sales price to our customers as the sea market price is shifting. So for our type of specialty, let's say niche, it's a bit hard, but for the country, it's good in general terms.
Yeah, what are the things that are the tools that you guys use to keep farmers coming back to you to bring coffee? Because you've got contracts, I'm assuming on one end you need to fulfill. And when prices move and people start taking coffee elsewhere, you still have to fulfill those contracts. Are there things other than, well, we just have to increase the cherry price that you guys do to encourage kind of loyalty among farmers?
Yes, we actually pay them bonus in how they pick in the cherries. I mean, the state of ripenesses they pick, but sometimes the difference of the price is that high that they don't care about the bonus, and they are just picking whatever coffee green in on the ripe, and they are selling to whoever is buying cherry. But we try to uh, also have another type of bonus that is in the cherry ripeness stage to keep them in our loop and in our database, that they can actually get benefited and understand why you have to pick in a good state of ripeness.
Yeah, so it's you sort of, is that buying kind of the full farm sort of thing as an incentive to keep them coming to you? That's amazing. And Craig, I know you mentioned this to me before, that actually 50% of your coffee by volume from your farm and the farms that you work the farms that you work with, because there are others or that you manage, is actually sold roasted, right? And
Yes.
that's a completely That's a completely different market, right? So for your operation, green and roasted together,
Yeah.
you know, how can you juggle both sides of marketing and do that well? How does that look on your day to day?
Well, you surround yourself with a good team, of course. I've got this couple here that works with me, and they do the roasting and packaging and marketing and that sort of thing for the roasted product. But we're fortunate in in Hawaii; it's a incredible destination for tourism. So the tourists come and they visit the farm, and it's fantastic because it's a real experience. It's something real and tangible. A lot of people don't have a clue how coffee is produced, and we give them the full tour. It's a small, modest farm, but they love it because it's something real. It's not something made up. Uh, they have a wonderful experience. We let them taste the coffee. They buy the coffee, and then usually we have them for life. You know, they repeat and referral. They continue buying from us on our website, and the tourism really helps in Hawaii.
Yeah, then Mokhtar, you have a roasted brand where you do kind of, I don't know, really have a super specialty, something something really high end for a special market. Um, how have you targeted that market, or has that just been an organic growth as a branch off of Portamoca's work?
The best is really uh, tourism. It's an amazing way because it's similar to the wine world where you visit a vineyard and then you have these memories with it, and then when you see the bottle somewhere, you connect to it. Yemen is unfortunately just very difficult for that to happen. And so for me, honestly, when I first started selling to roasters, many of them they liked my story and they wanted to co-brand with me. And then I had this weird book that happened, and I got a lot of people who were interested in hearing my story and buying directly from me. And so I thought, what can I do here? And I decided to take a leap of faith and try roasting and online and trying to figure that world, which is very hard. In the big world of coffee, everyone kind of finds their place in it. And I kind of started out, with producers and exporting. And so roasting had a lot of challenges to learn how to roast coffee and package. But it's also an amazing way because you get to engage with the customer, and customers love to be able to work directly with people who produce something and hear their stories. And so it really, warms my heart when I'm sure same with you when you see people who email you from like Nebraska or from, I have one customer from, he's a retired mechanic from rural Pennsylvania, and he buys our coffee. He loves our coffee. His name is Harvey, and once in a while I'll call him up, and he's and it's really wonderful seeing people give their coffee as like gifts. One time, somebody, it's funny, it's Valentine's Day is coming up, and it was near Valentine's Day a couple years ago, and she emailed us, please don't send this coffee to so and so. He doesn't deserve it. So it has its challenge in learn how to roast and learn how to do e-commerce, but also it's really rewarding.
Yeah. And you guys are more connected to the market than most. I mean, obviously, attending World of Coffee Dubai, having a roasted brand, things like that. You get direct feedback from consumers, and sometimes consumers can be very critical. Most of them can be very kind, but sometimes very critical. Be curious, Daniela. Um, what what are the attributes of um, Los Rodriguez coffee, Bolivian coffee, that you're finding resonate with coffee buyers to get your that kind of justify the high prices that you get, kind of as we said, detached from the C market completely? What do you feel those attributes of your coffee are that people are constantly asking for?
Um, Bolivian coffees are very elegant, very they have a lot of flavors. They are very sweet, balanced. The acidity is orange, sweet lemon, very clean. And what we offer is also diversity of varieties, diversity of flavors. We work in two different regions, Caranavi and Samaipata, and the coffees are completely different between those regions. Traceability is also important. We manage 12 farms from Finca Los Rodriguez, And also, we have a very nice social program that is called Sol de la Mañana, uh, where we work with 100 small producers from Caranavi region. We process their coffee and we sell and offer them with all the traceability. So I think the traceability is also very important that we show people. Most of our clients visit Bolivia and they go and visit the producers. They can talk with the producer, um, and also with this program we can guarantee sustainability that is very important for us.
Yeah, it goes back to that kind of experiential portion of it being a component too. I mean, starts with flavor, which we touched on, moves into experience, and then the work you guys are doing on the social end is incredible. Jorge, I'd flip that question on you to say, so that the attributes of the coffee, you need an excellent flavor, which we've already discussed. But what are the attributes of your customers that you find? The common thread amongst a customer that you say, well, that is, I'm talking to this guy, I can ask him these 5 questions, and I know this guy is a good customer. This will be a good long-term relationship. What are the attributes of those customers?
Okay, I will say it's a balance between sweetness, acidity, and one of the most important attributes nowadays is the cleanliness and the aftertaste of the coffee. That it's a long and clean aftertaste. So what we do is we try on each variety because all of the varieties express different processes, different lengths of fermentation, different ways of doing drying, and then we just review all of them and we see which is the first, which is the cleanest coffee, because people are expecting from Immaculada very clean coffee, very sweet, and that the acidity is very vibrant and elegant. So that is what we are expecting of the coffee. Is more that the coffee is exploding out of flavor. Is a balance between a lot of things.
Amazing, thanks. I might pass the microphone to Mokhtar. I saw a big nod there. Mokhtar, I give you the customer question on characteristics of your customers that you feel will be good long-term relationships and have a through line for high-end specialty willing to pay the prices you are. How can you identify those? What are their characteristics?
It's actually really hard because you have to find out what they like, and a lot of times what you like is not what they like. And so, for example, in specialty, we love lighter roast coffee to bring out all the florality and the acidity. And for many of them, acidity is translated as something sour. And so I remember I had developed this really great product that I thought would be wonderful, and I sent out a version of it roasted perfectly, and then another version that was basically almost second crack, just to see what they would say. Out of 10 people, 7 of them liked the darker one, which they would write. The light was like acidic, sour, citrus, floral. The dark one, they said leather, tobacco, earthy, chocolate. And they said, definitely number two. We love full bodied coffee. So I think it's really up to the producer or the roaster to understand their customer. And even in green beans, we know that our Japanese buyers have a certain palate. Some people who are doing competitions, they want something more loud. People who are more experienced, they want an elegant, Colombia coffee that's just floral and clean. And so it's really important on the website or the offering list that you clearly identify the coffees and then try to match the right customer with the right coffee, because the worst thing for a customer is when they pay a lot of money for something and they don't like it. And so at this point, I don't. It's not what I think is going to be the best. My goal is to try to be as transparent as possible with the flavors, and then let them decide. Because I'm sure we all have stories of giving some special coffee lot to somebody, and then waiting for them, to yell and scream how delicious it tastes, and we see them kind of say it's just kind of sour and weird. So
Yeah, one quick follow up onto that for you, Mokhtar. You mentioned Japanese clients. Do you feel that it's um, country specific or market specific. Like you could say, okay, well, Japanese buyers want this, buyers in the UAE want this kind of coffee, buyers in the US want this, or is there something above that? Just, hey, these high end coffees, there's a particular percentage of the global population that's going to enjoy these, and it's disconnected from kind of the borders they live within.
You know, the sales and marketing teams and in with coffee producers, the good ones, they identify what the roasters in those countries like. And so I know this Japanese roaster, Kuntaro Mariyama, longtime buyer, an amazing roaster. I know what kind of coffees he gravitates towards. I can generalize sometimes and say this country likes, these kind of coffees. Usually newer coffee or specialty coffee consumers, they tend to like louder coffees that are different. And I think as they develop their palate, they like more subtleties and more elegant coffees. But I think that you can generalize a little bit, but the best is when you find out. Like I have a list of all my roasters that I work with, and I know which roasters want what kind of coffees. Like I have some coffees that one roaster will think is disgusting and over fermented and will never buy it, and I have another customer who will buy it and pay way more for it. And so even the type of samples you send, when you have certain coffees near each other, understanding that's why I try to spend a lot of time with roasters to really understand what do you like. And the cool thing about this auction, which I think is really remarkable, is that you have such a wide variety. There's literally a coffee for every type of drinker here, and which is, I mean, I've never seen a cup and table with a Kona coffee, an SL34, let alone with geisha from Colombia, with some really cool coffees from Bolivia and some Yemen lots. So that's why I think makes this auction special, just the diversity of flavor and processes and countries.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Craig, I pass to you on this. I brought auctions up, and I think it'd be good to dive into that. You have some prior experience with auctions in Hawaii. What, not too distant history, but what was the reason for Hawaii kind of restarting auctions, and for you, why join an auction like the Dubai Coffee Auction?
Well, this is an incredible opportunity to be a part of this, and I'm so humbled to be on stage with you people. It's just amazing what you guys have done. Um, but back in 2022, there was a gentleman in Hawaii that did an experiment with a Cup of Excellence, and he asked if I would like to be a part of it. And he got 26 people from all around the island to enter their coffees, and we won first place on it. We got the highest bid on it. It was our SL34. So that just really got me excited about auctions. I'd never been a part of one until then, or 2021, I'm sorry. And then we've always been involved in the local competitions, the Kona Coffee Cultural Festival in the state of Hawaii, things like that. So we've always been involved in those competitions and done well. But that this auction is kind of like the biggest and best of its kind so far. And what an honor to be a part of it. I'm just so excited for all of us. I mean, this is huge.
What do you think it adds? When you look out 5, 10 years, participating in events like this or auctions like this, what do you hope it adds to Kona Farm Direct in your business?
Well, it will help my personal business tremendously, even just to be a part of it. But also, it will help put Kona coffee back on the map, so to speak. It's kind of been perceived, I understand, as kind of yesterday's coffee. We had a great reputation started over 30 years ago, and it's gone through its ups and downs and political nonsense and everything. But there's a lot of exciting new things happening in the industry, and this will help bolster not only my business but the whole Kona industry, I believe.
And Daniela, you host your own auction, which is actually coming up, right? And so you guys have been able to sort of establish a brand around and promote that as auctions as kind of a tool in your tool belt. Bolivian coffee is naturally, you know, by its nature scarce. Was the idea when you guys started doing your auction in Bolivia to promote Bolivian coffee, or was it kind of out of necessity that this is Bolivian coffee is scarce, and we need to, an auction's a good tool to, establish pricing and allocate a scarce resource. What was your thinking when you guys first started your own auction?
When we started the first auction, the varieties that we have now are pretty new. So Bolivia used to produce only Caturra, Catoya, and Típica 8 years ago. So the idea to do our own auction was to that more people can try the diversity of varieties that Bolivia has, and also to promote Bolivia as an origin, because it's very difficult to find Bolivian coffee all over the world. It's very exotic, very limited. So with the auction, we wanted that more people can have the chance and the opportunity to try Bolivian coffees, diversity of varieties, process, because yeah, many people, as you were saying, are scared about how can we get that coffee. Bolivia used to not have a very good reputation. So people were like, yeah, I try Bolivia, but so with this, we wanted to show that Bolivia can produce coffee, and that we can uh, do things good in a good way, and that the coffee will arrive, and a nice marketing, trust.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And Mokhtar, you launched the first, you're part of the first Yemeni auction as a project, right? An enormous sort of risk reward equation there to balance when you do something like that. But you mentioned when we spoke that it was one of your proudest moments or one of the best things you've ever done. Can you talk about sort of what it was like being in the trenches when you were going through that auction experience, and then what made it, so rewarding at the end?
I was very influenced by the Specialty Coffee Association of Panama, and how after the 1989 coffee global crisis that happened, they came together and they formed their own association, and they decided to do an auction to promote their coffees, and it really changed the world. It's where the geisha variety was discovered, and this new market of high end coffee was developed. And so I did the first auction in Yemen in 2018, which is very difficult. There's so many technical aspects, so many logistics. I'm sure you're experiencing now firsthand. Um, and for me, the proudest moment was the national Yemen auction we did through our nonprofit, the Mocha Institute, which was a collective effort of different folks in Yemen, the Union of Coffee Farmers, the cooperatives, the Coffee Export Association. And it was difficult in Yemen because there were political issues. There was literally no airport. There wasn't had ever been a collective coffee program like that. And so to Jorge's experience, it's really challenging sometimes to get people to try to do something different. It takes a lot of patience, a lot of community organizing, a lot of buy-in from the leaders, and sitting with people and speaking the language they understand. You can't go and try to talk like you know something that they don't know, and you have to be very humble. And we organized this auction, and it had its challenges, but it was important because I realized in the Yemeni coffee industry in particular, the companies that were starting to do very well the last 5 years or so, they all, without exception, had foreign passports, like including myself, being able to have a U.S. passport, speaking English, attending trade shows. Most coffee exporters in Yemen and cooperatives can't do that, and so the national coffee auction in Yemen was a way for us to create a window, which we actually called it a window of hope, um, to allow small producers from 15 different provinces to compete. We had to develop one of the first coffee labs in Yemen, train the first national cup and tasting team, develop a whole CRM system. It was a lot to do. I was almost bankrupted doing it, to be honest. But it was the most proudest moment for me because it set the foundation for people to come together to do something and to create. And the thing with capitalism, as much as I hate it, there are ways that it can work if because it creates sustainable ways of impact. Where the nonprofit world, a lot of times they create a lot of codependency and they don't really allow people to economically be independent and develop themselves. So I think if you create a system that does things equally, which I think and I hope especially coffee industry does, because we are trying to be transparent and trying to promote better coffees and connect consumers. um, it's a lot to go to do. I just anyone who wants to do an auction, you have to have a big heart.
Yeah, I agree with that. We experience that on a day-to-day basis here as well. I'd pass down the line. Maybe start with Craig, and then we can go down the line because I'd like to hear from each of you just as we sort of wrap up our time together. And really appreciate you guys again doing this. But the question I like to ask at the end of these is just, what are you excited about? What are you hopeful for in specialty coffee over the next, um, call it 5 to 10 years, to put a timeline on it?
Every morning I get up, and the first thing I think of is the cup of coffee I get to enjoy because I really thoroughly enjoy it. It's not just something to get caffeinated, it's awesome. So I'm looking forward to doing new things, producing more quality coffees. We are experimenting with new varietals. We've got new varietals in the nursery, not yet producing, 2 more years. So I'm excited about that. Uh, the relationships that we have with fellow farmers and other people in the industry, to me, that's the most valuable. I mean, coffee's great, but I mean, it's one small aspect of our lives. So the relationships that you develop along the way, to me, is priceless. We have to figure out a sustainable way to keep it going. We've got to make money to pay the bills, to hire people, to keep the employees going, but to make it fun, to make it exciting. I mean, all these new varietals that we're dealing with and processes, it's exciting. It's not just the mundane cranking out coffee. We're producing some of the best coffee in the world. I mean, to be a part of that, it's phenomenal. So, and then surrounding yourself with good people.
Oh, thank you so much. Jorge, go ahead.
Okay, I think what we look for like in the near future is that consumer base they get more educated. I will try to make a simile like if coffee industry, specialty industry get more alike to the wine industry, for us it will be better because people will understand what is the process behind that, all the effort behind that, all of what the producers are doing. So in that way, they will only not only follow a price, a stock market price, but they will follow more the variety, the flavors, what they want to experience out of a coffee. So every day at Immaculada, we want to look forward for that education, and we are very happy when customers visit us because those are the customers that always they buy coffee from like in the year to year from us because they actually understand what we are doing there. So for us education and consumer roasters getting more information about what specialty coffee is and what is the effort of the producers is very important.
Yeah, thank you. Daniela?
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's very important to know what is behind a cup of coffee. So many people live and work like pickers that are so important, the people that do all the processing, drying, packaging, the dry mill, then export. So the coffee passes from so many people, places, and not many people understand that. And if you want to do and produce a very high quality coffee, that has a price. And people don't understand that's why specialty coffee are expensive. And if you want to improve every year the quality and also take care of the people that is behind, you have to pay good prices, and that will be a expensive coffee. So I think that from all the industry, we producer, roasters, baristas, we have to explain the consumer what is behind a cup of coffee.
Thank you.
I very much see the cup half full. I think we are very close to seeing a big shift in coffee around the world, similar to the wine industry in the 70s in California and around the world. Because right now, I think the majority of people who drink, especially in high-end coffees, are coffee geeks and baristas. But I'm starting to see a trend where people in the luxury world are now starting to understand varieties and processes, and it's because they understand so much from the wine industry. Not everything is transferable from wine to coffee, but the way they see um, the product is not just about the technical aspects of the variety or elevation, but also the packaging, the storytelling, the photography. And I think that all these amazing producers that are producing a really high end coffee, I think we're going to see in a few short years a huge spike in the demand from the luxury market world. And that's going to, it's going to be perfectly aligned with all the process techniques and things that everyone's been working on for the last, 10, 15 years now.
Yeah, really. So thank you guys so much for sharing those thoughts. I mean, I love that hopeful question just because I do feel like a lot of the conversation in specialty coffee is around the challenges, and it is really hard. And you guys have shared wisdom on this stage that is hard earned, and people should listen to. So they don't have to learn those lessons firsthand, experience themselves. So I hope everyone here does get a chance to listen to you. They will hang around potentially for a couple minutes. If there are other questions, feel free to come up and ask. But otherwise, each one of these producers is going to be represented in the Dubai Coffee Auction that is live right now, and it's at dubaicoffeeauction.mcultivo.com. Please register and place a bid, and we will go fully live on stage tomorrow for live bidding and a bidding war around those coffees. Amazing coffees. We'll be cupping them throughout the show. So if you are in Dubai and you're here, please come cup these coffees. They deserve their day in the sun. So thank you guys so much. Again, if you're there, and a round of applause would be appropriate here. So thank you guys so much. All right, that's it. Thank you guys. We'll talk to you soon. Test, test.
Hello? Uh-huh. No, no.
All right, testing.
Cool.
But no need to be.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hello, hello. Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm David Paparelli, co-founder of M-Cultivo, and I'm excited to welcome you back to our live event at the Dubai Coffee Auction by the DMCC Coffee Center, and we're here at the World of Coffee Dubai. So excited to be here and excited to be on stage and welcome our friend Andrew Yu, who is an international sourcing phenomenon in the high specialty market. He runs a company called Panda Bear Express, along with a few partners, and he sources a lot of Panamanian coffee. So we'll talk a little bit about that today, but looks elsewhere in the world too to bring fine coffees to fine people in buying markets. So, Andrew, thank you so very much for taking the time and being here today.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm Andrew, co-founder of Panda Bear Express. We are a relatively new company, but we do try our best to travel the world and then to find the best coffees that we can.
So I'm going to start off with an easy question to get things rolling, but just wondering on what's the best coffee that you've tried recently?
um, oh wow, you put me on the spot. That actually ease up my mind though.
You're going to offend some producers with this
I
answer.
will
Yeah.
definitely offend some producers. But actually, I think one of the best coffee recently was with our partners at Calico, and then in London, UK, and then we were cupping till like 1 a.m. and then I actually is capable of not offending. It was actually a blend of all the grinds that we were using to cup. It was amazing, representing Panama, Colombia, China, Yunnan, and then Yemen and Kenyan coffees was all in there. It was a great cup, and it was a cup of friendship. I would say it was like I don't know 2 a.m.
I love that. I think we on the cupping we did recently of these lots actually we took the leftover purge cup and drank through that, and that was probably up there in terms of one of the best cups I've had recently. So it's not a bad thing. You got to put all coffee to good use. So Andrew, I'm really interested in your story getting into coffee. You had a little bit of an unusual path, and you were a little later to the game than most into coffee. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So coffee. Well, I was always a heavy coffee drinker. I love coffee. All kinds of coffee. Uh, Actually, at the very beginning, I started with just dark roses, very dark roses. I love them. I still love them. I enjoy like very Japanese style dark roses. And then it was actually during the pandemic. I was stuck in China. We opened a bookstore. So inside a bookstore, we needed coffee. Like you need coffee with reading books, right? And we couldn't find coffee that we like that were already ready that you can purchase off the shelf. So we actually start sourcing good roasters, independent roasters, and then we sourced it good greens, find good roaster, roast them, And then what actually got this was two factors. One was that we actually bought a fig lot. Um, Wilford knows about this because the first time I met him, I'm like, "Do you know why I'm here?" It's because I bought some Victory, and then that's actually where it kind of started. And also Panda, he's Panamanian, and then we're best friends. And then we're like, "Okay, you're Panamanian, we want Panamanian coffee, so we should just do it ourselves." And that's how the journey began.
Amazing. It was. And what's behind the name Panda Bear Express?
Well, Bear is actually simple for me. I grew up with that nickname. And then Panda, we do jujitsu, so we actually that's actually one of the reasons that we met. And then there is a saying that pandas are very flexible. There's an inverted move that they can do, and then that's how pandas come. And then Express is because we're trying to express you your next coffee. Yes, so Panda Bear Express.
Yeah, I love it. So you buy. I don't think there's even an argument around this. You buy some of the best, or source some of the best coffees in the world to provide to your clientele. Um, what are when you're looking for an amazing coffee? What are some of the key factors that you're considering to be able to market that to your clients?
I'm very fortunate to not have to think too much, just because the producers that we work with are amazing people. Um, the first coffees that we actually ever cupped in a farm was already like some of the best coffee I ever had, and still they every time that I go to a farm, they offer us some of the best coffees that they have. And then this is hard. Wow factor definitely is one. Like if we actually get down to the really detail, floral, fruity, balanced, sweet, acidity, all of these factors. But at the same time, we do our homework. So we actually will work with our clients. We will work with our competitors. We gave them each profile. I actually have a notebook I carry back with me that I know what coffee works for who. There isn't a perfect coffee. There is just great coffee that's suitable for you. And that's how we actually go about when we're sourcing the coffee on the table.
Yeah, it's always kind of an interesting thing when you have once you get to call it 88, 89, 90 plus coffees, you get to kind of a greater level of
Mhm.
subjectivity
Yes.
potentially.
Yes.
It's sort of amazing coffee, but does it have a wow factor?
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Yes.
And then will it fit a certain client specifically? Will it wow them?
Yes.
That's a hard game to play.
Yes. That's exactly it. I mean, the hardest thing is actually knowing the client, knowing the coffee, and then knowing their environment. Being a global traveler, a global citizen, I travel the world ever since I was a kid. Cultural differences make a huge difference in flavor profile. That's actually what I do in research in school anyway. And environment makes a huge difference. We have coffees that are not generally enjoyed in Asia, but then it's enjoyed by the same people when it's in London. And it's not because the cultural issue is there, it's the environmental issue, the water, everything. It actually makes a huge differences.
Yeah. So I mean, when you're drinking coffee in Asia, you're you're having to roast everything completely differently and treat the process completely differently versus London or anywhere else to steward that coffee to a home, and that requires a different coffee than the same coffee you would serve in London or Europe or North America.
And it's also about the season too. It's crazy. So this is a story. I hope I'm not taking